Oh, okay. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:33 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 55, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with a quorum present. Do you want to acknowledge that Trustee Jackson is joining us virtually? Can you hear me? Great. Great. And at this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. We have 2 speakers tonight. Will be Kelly Decker, followed by Kelly Moreno. Hi, Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Kelly Decker, I'm a parent to 3 kids in the Heights Pyramid. I have 2 boys at Monig and a girl at Ridgely Hills. I came to talk about Monig, and I'll start with repeating that this school has never been an F-rated school to me or my family or to my friends that are here. When I spoke last, Fort Worth ISD was making a great investment in Monig, and I'm very happy to report that the investment continues. Dr. Lovato, under your leadership, Dr. Molinar, has been like water in a desert. I think if you check the MAP scores from today, you're going to see a direct improvement over just a handful of months. So thank you again. I was at the meeting when the consultant reported on how many schools to close, and I recall him saying how hard it is for schools to live in anticipation of closing. And it didn't make sense to me until I saw Monig on the chart on your agenda, their enrollment chart. So my comments are hypothetical. I'm not asking that the school be closed. I'm not saying that the school shouldn't be closed. But I'm asking for you, when you consider your need to close more schools, that you keep some data points in mind about our school. If I can make it through the end of the list without being cut off, the point is that I want to make is that De Zavala and A School can probably coast to a closing date. I worry about Monig. And I want to ask you to prioritize the least of our children and to put them first. We've had 4 principals in 4 years. We love our current principal. Nice work, Ms. Strom. We are incredibly racially segregated at Monig. That has led to a unhealthy rivalry between our pyramid. We've had a number of, like other schools that you're going to be looking at, a lot of people choosing not to go there and go to other schools. That has kind of been a cycle that's been hard to get out of. I worry about the lack of cheerfulness in bringing these kids together should we drop off a middle school. If there's a way you can make it cheerful, that would be great. We have true homelessness. Our students are truly homeless. They're not just poor. The Las Vegas Trail bus routes are not easy. I don't know how the bus routes are going to take Las Vegas Trail children to another middle school. They're already struggling to get them to Monig. We have all the other serious poverty issues. We have students that we know of that we've met. Lovely.
Thank you. Next up, our final speaker, Kelly Moreno.
Evening. I'm here to ask you, to beg you, to implore you that as you are looking at the progress plan for the facilities master plan, to please reconsider closing Days of Allah. Days of Allah is a model for everything you guys are attempting to do. In the midst of all of the takeover, in the midst of all the upheaval that the district has right now, the problems that it has, Days of Allah is doing everything right. It is a school full of kids of low income and minorities, and yet they're succeeding despite all of their problems. You have all of the schools that are doing well and they're expected to do well, and Days of Allah is all the data shows it is far outstripping its expectations. This should be a model for success. This is what we need to do. Poverty is not destiny, and Days of Allah is showing it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next, we'll move to presentations, and I will turn it over now to Dr. Moliner.
Thank you, President Martinez. We have our Deputy Superintendent Kelly Spencer here, who's going to be doing our Facility Master Plan, Strategic Plan Progress Update. This evening, you'll get to hear about the projections and then our current state of enrollment, and then a review of our Facility Master Plan.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Good evening, President Martinez and Board of Trustees. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an update to the district's master facility plan, which is a key component of Priority 4 of the district's strategic plan. As a reminder to stakeholders, in September of 2023, trustees approved a resolution calling for a master facility plan study. The district spent approximately 18 months collecting and evaluating data focused on educational programming, the condition of our facility, enrollment history and trends, and right-sizing opportunities. Trustees emphasized the importance of the master facility plan with Priority 4 of the strategic plan, followed by the adoption of a comprehensive 5-year facilities master plan that utilized the data to address operational efficiencies throughout the district last May. This evening, we'd like to provide you with an update regarding the implementation of the plan. In 24-25 school year, SS Dillo and Eastern Hills Elementary closed at the end of that school year, with students successfully transitioning to their new campuses this school year. The SS Dillo campus is being permanently retired, with demolition scheduled to begin next week. The district has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the city of Fort Worth, and the site will be utilized as a community park until such time the property or the school site is needed again in the future for district use. Kirkpatrick Elementary, Nash Elementary, Riverside, ALC, and Briscoe Elementary will close at the end of this school year. Any action required for the future of the facilities will be brought to the board at a later date. However, in the spirit of transparency, the slides indicate current plans for the future. Please note that the greatest lesson learned during this process has been that things are constantly changing, and we must adapt and be flexible in order to effectively address any of those changes. The facilities master plan is designed to be actionable based on any changes in our data and to best meet the needs of the district. This was evidenced earlier this year when we added Western Hills Primary to the list of campuses that will consolidate with its Western Hills Elementary counterpart following this school year. I would like to emphasize as well, although not necessarily included in this plan, but with the facilities master plan, it also is designed to be a roadmap for how we address the condition of existing facilities, specifically those that students will be transitioning into. In next week's agenda, there is an item specific to Western Hills Elementary where we will be asking trustees to approve considerable improvements for that campus. There are other things happening on other campuses that will require future approval or do not require approval that will be happening on other campuses that will be receiving students next year. Last Thursday evening, we hosted a meeting for Briscoe students and their families where they were provided information about the campus that they will be attending next year. After a brief whole group presentation, students transitioned to campus-specific locations where they met their new principal for next year and received a brief presentation about what they can expect when they come next year. But we're also invited to an open house that will be held in March, specifically for these campuses. So Morningside Elementary, Carroll Peak Elementary, and Van Zandt Gwynn Elementary will host an open house for students who will be attending their campuses next year so that students and their families can visit and see the campus in person and meet other staff members and other students as well. On the chart here, you see other consolidation meetings that will be happening throughout the month of January and February. Well, we will provide similar information to students and families on the closing campuses regarding where their students will attend next year. They will also have the opportunity to meet the principals from those campuses, but also in the chart at the bottom, you see the dates for the open houses, where those receiving campuses will hold an open house event where students and families can, again, visit the campus and meet additional staff and potential students. On this slide, it highlights subsequent years included in the adopted facilities master plan. We continue to monitor enrollment trends across all of these campuses and throughout the district to ensure operational alignment and efficiency and ultimately improved student outcomes. Again, the plan is intended to be actionable and flexible as additional recommendations or revisions may be necessary as we continue to evaluate the data throughout the upcoming years. Enrollment projections have been updated based on historical data and enrollment trends, looking at what enrollment is this year. This year's official enrollment, based on our snapshot date, is 67,641, with a projection for 26-27 of 65,217. And a 5-year enrollment projection for the 2031 school year of 60,155 students. There are some assumptions that, of course, are made in these numbers, including additional charter schools that are coming into our boundaries. The potential, we now have a list of approved schools that will be accepting vouchers, so there's minimal impact to projections that are included here. So these, again, will be constantly monitored each year and updated once we have official enrollment numbers to see what actual impact is. I think it's important to point out in this slide, we continue to hear commentary in our community about the anomaly of the city of Fort Worth being one of the fastest growing cities in the nation. However, we continue to experience enrollment decline. And I think it's important to remind our stakeholders that we are one of a dozen school districts within the city of Fort Worth, as well as students attending charters and private schools. Additionally, as noted, we are monitoring birth rates in Tarrant County, and those have continued to decline, which also aligns with declining enrollment trends. In this slide, in an effort to visualize the impact of the plan consolidations, each bar on this slide indicates current enrollment or 25-26 enrollment at a district elementary campus. The 14 bars in red represents campuses that will close at some point over the 5-year time period. The 29 green bars represent campuses that will receive additional students as a result of campus consolidations and closures, thereby increasing operational efficiency and moving those campuses, although not visually depicted in this graph, but those that are green will increase enrollment, moving them closer to or above an enrollment of 500 students by the 29-30 school year. We will continue to monitor all campuses with campus enrollment with an emphasis on any campus with an enrollment under 500 students. For purposes of this presentation, we took a deeper dive into comparative data specific to middle school enrollment. This slide looks at average middle school enrollment across Tarrant County middle schools. Although we have the highest middle school enrollment in Tarrant County, we rank 10th out of 11 in average school enrollment with an average of 620 students enrolled across our comprehensive or across our middle school campuses. You see the average across Tarrant County is 836. I do think it's important to point out, and you see here now highlighted in orange, these are districts in Tarrant County that are considering or have approved a consolidation plan as well. So this is happening, consolidations and closures are happening across Tarrant County. On the next slide, you see the same data across Texas urban school districts. The available data indicates an average middle school campus enrollment of 724 students across these urban districts, with Fort Worth ISD again being below average with 620. This slide as well, there are 8 of these Texas urban school districts that are considering school consolidations or have an approved consolidation plan. I do want to point out as well, Dallas ISD and San Antonio ISD's numbers are smaller than ours. They do have a larger number of choice programs, which have low enrollment, which does impact that average size as well. And then here, we took a look at, according to data in Forecast 5, what the average enrollment of similar-sized middle school campuses is across the state of Texas. And in this comparison, the average size of middle school campuses is 1,003 students, and again, significantly higher than our average of 620. You see again here, the campuses with similar size that have approved a consolidation plan or are considering campus consolidations. This slide details our current pyramid structure with 13 comprehensive high schools. Presently, 8 of the pyramids have 1 comprehensive middle school and consolidations forthcoming in the North Side and Polytechnic pyramids. The changes that are forthcoming will improve our operational efficiency at the middle school level with the consolidation of Elder Middle School and Kirkpatrick Middle School, with the North Side community receiving a brand new middle school campus, and the consolidation of Morningside Middle School and William James Middle School, with the Polytechnic community receiving a brand new middle school campus. Additionally, McLean 6th Grade Center is scheduled to consolidate with McLean Middle School when a portion of the current campus is newly constructed for a targeted enrollment capacity of 1,200 students. So again, the bars depict 3 closing campuses with 3 replacement receiving campuses where we will see enrollment increases as well. We will continue, as stated, to monitor enrollment data. We will continue to have middle school campuses above the enrollment projections, or below the enrollment projections, excuse me. So looking here at the Arlington Heights Pyramid, specifically at Monig Middle School, where official enrollment for the 25-26 school year is 440 students. And we see that looking back historically from the 2017-2018 school year, that we have continued to see decline in enrollment on that campus. Looking at Daggett Middle School, this year's official enrollment is 333 students across 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. You see here the enrollment a little more sporadic over time, but this year is the lowest enrollment that we've seen over the last several years at that campus. I did want to share an update with trustees this evening specific to Bond 2021. We have received a recent geotechnical report that has identified additional scope of work that is needed at Daggett Middle School. We have paused that project pending the additional collection of information, which essentially means our architect and our general contractor is reviewing the geotechnical report and collecting additional data in order to help us make a decision about how to best move forward. Looking at what our options are based on that information, we will, one, correct via construction, or we may need to consider relocating the program to a campus. I included that in tonight's presentation because it could be impactful to our facilities plan, as the program may need to relocate to one of the campuses that is scheduled to close. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, if we've learned anything, things are constantly changing. And so this is something that we are evaluating currently to see if there any changes need to be made as we move forward in how we're utilizing existing facilities to best meet the needs of our students. So that concludes the update for this evening, but I am happy to answer any questions that trustees may have.
Dr. Ryan?
Ms. Spencer, you said Daggett Middle School. Did you mean Daggett Montessori?
Oh, on the last slide, I'm so sorry. Yes, thank you for that correction.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, so I apologize for being late and missing the beginning of this presentation. But my question is, this current board, the decisions we make when the new board is placed, are they going to be able to change decisions that were already made by the elected board?
I'm going to defer that question to Dr. Molinar. I think as an administration, we will, of course, make additional recommendations based on the data that we have to the Board of Managers, just as we would to the Board of Trustees, and make those recommendations in the best interest of students. As to decisions that have already been made, Dr. Molinar, if you have a comment.
It is my understanding if it's necessary to make a different recommendation, it would require a board of vote, whether it's current trustees or a board of managers. If it's something that's already been on an agenda and approved, it would have to be brought back to have a new agenda item to change that vote and approval.
Trustee Luevans?
Thank you, President Martinez. On the Daggett Montessori, is the community informed of what's happening? I know we received some emails, and you responded to some of the emails, or to all of the emails, but is the community at large informed of what's happening?
So when we paused the project, I met with the principal of the campus as well as the executive director. He did provide information in a email communication that goes out to his campus community to let them know that the project had been paused while we were evaluating the results of that report.
So by next meeting, we'll know the outcome of this report, or this?
Yes, so we anticipate that we will have that information very soon so that we can make an informed decision about the recommendation. If the recommendation lends itself to be for the program to move to another campus, we of course will meet with campus and the campus stakeholders and families to let them know what the recommendation will be if there are going to be any changes.
Okay, thank you.
Our next meeting is next Tuesday evening. We may not have
Oh,
all the
we will not
reports.
by that time.
So that's, yeah, so just for clarification, it would have to be a February board meeting. We will not have the information back for next Tuesday.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Martinez. I am not an engineer, nor do I claim to be one. What exactly does a geotechnical study?
It evaluates the condition of the soil and whether or not the buildings are moving.
Okay, thank you.
President Martinez, I just want to reiterate that any recommendations about Daggett Montessori is not discontinuing the program. The recommendations put forward would be after we receive the study back and recommendations around that study, if we can still move forward with the project or need to move the program to a different location. I think there's some misconceptions that the program, that one of the recommendations is that we would close Daggett Montessori program down, and that is not a recommendation that we are currently considering moving forward to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Trustee Jackson, did you have any questions? No? Okay. Seeing no others, then we will move on to our next presentation, or item 4, Lone Star Governance, and again, turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
We want to welcome back our Lone Star Governors coach, Ben Mackey, who is continuing our work with LSG, and I'll turn it over to him. Welcome back, Mr. Mackey. Happy New Year.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year. It's good to be with y'all. First, I want to just say thank you for having me. I know, especially with everything happening, the fact that this board continues to stay committed to doing what it believes is in the best interest of students and moving forward with Lone Star Governance says a lot about each of you all. So I thank you for engaging and continuing to engage as we go forward, and I look forward to the conversation. So we have 4 items on the agenda, some of which are follow-up from last time, and others are new. So I will just take them in order unless, President, you want to go in a different order here. But the first one, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, is the board operating procedures. And so as a quick reminder, we spent a pretty substantial time discussing board operating procedures back in October, if I'm remembering now. Adjustments were made based on the feedback of this board. The board reviewed the updated notes and kind of sent revised changes to me individually, which were incorporated. It was discussed in November, and there were a number of questions, which I know we'll have I'll run through those just to refresh everybody. And I know the purpose of the November meeting, we kicked it back to a workshop to continue to workshop through some of the questions still to answer. So I think we don't have to just stick with the questions asked before, but I invite anybody to bring up anything else. But I would love to start with those questions that were asked and see where the board had landed on some of these. The first one, and I believe it was raised by Dr. Ryan, was around asking trustees to decide around conflicts of interest. And so there is language in the consideration board operating procedures about recusing themselves from votes when business is before the board by an entity or organization that has previously made campaign contributions to those trustees. So that was one that I know this board wanted to come back and talk about, but that's going to be an open question to discuss around the conflict of interest language. I'm happy to read the conflict of interest language if you don't have it before you as well. But that's one I would love to start there and just open the question around the conflict of interest language if anyone had any thoughts or considerations since we last had this.
Trustee Dar.
Ben, can you remind us what page that's on so I can pull that up, please?
Sure can. It is on page 8. And I can just, if it would be helpful, I'm happy to read, unless y'all have it. Specifically, the area that was talked about in this area said, a trustee shall recuse themselves from deliberation and voting on any item before the board involving a vendor, contractor, consultant, or organization that have met the requirements above regarding conflict of interest, or has within the preceding 3 years made a campaign contribution of $250 or more in aggregate to that trustee's campaign. And in those instances, the trustee shall publicly state the reason for recusal and abstain from participation, discussion, or vote on the matter.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you. I support this decision. I feel like there's some other things that need to be in place before we can agree to that as a board, such as some significant changes to campaign finance and fundraising. There are entities in Fort Worth that contribute to many campaigns, and if we had to recuse ourselves over $250, it could leave an issue on the table without a quorum to vote for it, which is of concern to me. I also don't want to find us in a position where, as a community, we only have people who can afford to run for office who are independently wealthy, because they are not, and whether you do or do not accept a campaign donation is a private decision that that is an individual decision, and that's not in question here. That's not where I'm going with this. But I want to ensure that anything we're putting in this operating procedure or anything that's put into policy makes it equitable for all of not just the sitting trustees, but anybody who chooses to run for public office. It's expensive to run for public office, and we are running for a public office that does not pay anything. So, and speaking for my family, we are not independently wealthy and cannot afford to pay for an election. So that's, I understand the reasoning behind this. I support the reasoning behind this. I'm not sure that our elections are currently structured and our campaign finance is currently structured to where we can abide by this at this time.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought in the last legislative session that law firms and other entities are not able to donate to trustees over $250. I think that's statewide, and it's only referring to school board members. But if that's the case, this would be fine, because they're not going to give over $250. But Dr. Molinar, I don't know if you have some clarity on that new legislation.
I do believe you're correct, but I would have to pull it up to verify, so I'm going to defer to legal. She's looking that up.
Dr. Ryan?
If that's the case, I'm sorry, if
Sorry,
that's the
go
case, I'm okay with approving this board operating procedure.
Okay, what council is looking that up? Dr. Ryan?
I just wondered, because there are certainly ways to hide this through PACs, and people will do that. And it's really nice that the legislature can make this effective just for school boards instead of themselves, because they're raking in all the money from people that are paying them to screw school districts around. Thank you.
All right, any other thoughts here? I hear a lean to striking it, but waiting on the legal opinion on that. But again, these are your board operating procedures, so I want to defer to y'all.
Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, not so fast on the leaning to strike, yeah. And I only said it, I mean, not saying it wouldn't be the case, but one, to Dr. Rodriguez's point, if that is the law anyway, then that takes care of that and it should be. And if in fact that it is not, which it probably is, then the discussion should be about what should the language be, because there needs to be some language. So, yes, so that's why the pause on striking, it may be more amending than striking, I would hope.
Yeah. All right, so I hear maybe amend. Does anyone have any specific, well, we can wait until we get the results of this legal search. We can come back to that one in a second. I've made a few notes here that maybe amending, maybe striking, depending on legal considerations here. We will circle back to that. The second one was around putting a time limit per round of discussion. So what was in this and discussed before was that during the discussions on any item, each trustee has 10 minutes to ask and talk about whatever they want to related to the item, and that each trustee has an opportunity to speak before any trustee has a second opportunity to speak for another 10 minutes, and that it had those two 10-minute rounds. Though the note there is that if this was a high priority item and the board wanted to, the board has the purview to always waive its own operating procedures and add extra rounds if it so wanted. But I know there was some folks noting that that was something they wish to consider striking. So opening that back up for conversation around the right way to structure any sort of discussion to allow for all voices to speak and put some sort of limit on that if it is what the board wishes for.
Dr. Ryan?
I've been on the board for about 5 years, and I've never known anybody to talk for more than 10 minutes on anything. I just don't see the need for having it in there. Don't mind having rounds to go back so everybody can be heard, but putting a time limit on it, I think is unnecessary because everybody up here can say what they need to say in the time they've got to say it.
You might be the only board in all the state of Texas that I've seen that can do that, so congratulations. But just real quick, Dr. Ryan, I want to make sure I understand it. So you are saying you would support the rounds, but wouldn't want to put a limit on the number of rounds or the time limits that each person speaks in the rounds?
I don't mind the time limit in the rounds, but just the number of rounds. It needs to go on till everybody's through.
Gotcha, okay.
Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, and Ben, where's the specific language we're talking about with that one?
Now, let me find it for you. It is on page 15. Each board member shall be allocated 10 minutes of discussion time during each agenda item. The board shall have up to 2 rounds of discussion item per item.
Okay, and this is revised language, it's not the current language in the,
Correct. The current language has no, the current language has no specifics around rounds or numbers. It does mention that the president will not recognize a member to speak a second time until everyone has spoke a first time.
okay. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, that original language in which you speak, sounds sufficient to me, I don't know, I mean, so this is, because I'm wondering if we're, like, almost trying to find a problem, because to Dr. Ryan's point, at least in my time here on the board, I haven't really had an issue of thinking someone was speaking too long or out of turn or, so, I mean, I do understand having something to be able to fall back on as far as that's what the policy procedure, board operating procedures would be. Yeah, I want to encourage the discussion. It seems like the way that it's currently been going is going well. It seems like the current language in which you just stated is sufficient language to me. I don't know if this, I don't know if this is creating a new procedure for a procedure that's not currently at least broken. Doesn't mean it won't break in the future, but doesn't seem to be currently broken at the moment, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say, I think the general coaching is that the time to put processes in place is when you do not need it. It is never the time to put processes in place when you need it, because then it becomes its own big challenge and issue in that instance. And so, I mean, functionally what it sounds like, and from my watching of your board meetings for the last 6 months, you know, I actually, what I think functionally this might mean for you is that somebody is keeping time and will remind the president if you hit 10 minutes, but I don't think that would have happened thus far. But what it would functionally mean that if someone is going on for 10 minutes, they would get a reminder, and then we'll come back to you in the next round. But the only thing I would pass to you is that the time to put processes in place is when you do not need them.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you. I need a little clarification. I believe, perhaps somebody can confirm, that the State Board of Education has a policy similar to this, or a protocol similar to this, where they have 10 minutes to ask a question, and then they move to the next person asking a question. And I was watching a State Board of Education meeting one time, and I noticed that there was a board member who was asking a question. The person who was expected to answer the question repeatedly asked for clarification until the 10 minutes were up, so that then that person did not have to answer the question. So is the 10 minutes like legitimately me talking, or does that also include the answer from staff that we would be receiving? Because if the answer from staff is 6 or 7 minutes, which it could be, and sometimes needs to be, then are you following me on that one? So I feel like there needs to be, I don't want to stifle the discussion, because I feel the discussion is important. And you're absolutely right that the time to put a policy in place is not when you need the policy, or put the protocol in place is not when you need the protocol. But sometimes we have some very healthy conversations at this dais that the public needs to be aware of and needs to hear, and we need to have, because we cannot have them in executive session, so we have to have them out here.
Yeah, I will say, so 3 points to kind of answer what I've seen related to your question. Ultimately, you all will have to decide on what the procedure is. Number one is, it is probably much more common than not, especially for larger organizations, to have some sort of rules of decorum about how long they speak. Whether you go to the State Board of Education all the way to the U.S. Congress has limits on that and multiple rounds, et cetera. The second thing is, the most common that I have seen has been the question and the responses are counted in the 10 minutes, hence 10 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes of talking time, et cetera. I haven't seen many, doesn't mean they're not, where it's amount of time that the trustee is talking, but maybe that's something to consider. I think to your point, is what I think happens most commonly in the districts that I have seen this happen, is that if a conversation is happening and going, that's fine. The president might say, let's move on to the next person. Oftentimes what I see is, no, I would love to hear the remainder of that answer, and then so on and so forth. It is a lot of different ways. I think ultimately what this actually does, again, nothing stops this board from spending as much time as you want to, even with this language, on discussion. It is simply requires 5 of the 9 members to waive the policy and continue discussion. And I think that is the key difference, is what's the threshold for continuing discussion? What if, I get it when it's a meaningful topic and people agree that it's a meaningful topic. What this is actually controlling for is when people don't agree that it's a meaningful topic and one person wants to talk for a longer time about something. Because as soon as you get 5 people to say, this is a meaningful topic, we're going to spend as much time as we want to spend on discussion here, there's nothing then in this policy that stops that.
So does the 10 minutes include the response that we get as well?
The way this is written, it would, but it doesn't have to.
Okay. It was interesting watching that state school board meeting, because not one answer was given to that question, because the person in question just kept asking for clarification.
Dr. Wright.
I would note that not necessarily not having a time limit doesn't make it any more likely that you'll get answers.
That's true. Good point.
Dr. Ryan.
Then I would go, if it is dependent on 5 members, the majority of the board, to continue the discussion, and that's the tyranny of the majority. And it's not, this isn't a regular democracy, it's a republic, and it would carry over to this board. I've watched too many times on the state board where it's run by a certain clique, and they've rejected very common sense or very good educational programs because their group didn't want it. And doesn't have a need to be here for the majority to sit there and do that. We all get along, we're gonna be fine. And just don't need to go on and make it a majority reason for continuing discussion.
Council?
If we could go back to.
Real quick, before we go back to the last one, I'm curious, I am, this is the board operating procedures, not Ben's operating procedure, so I'm curious, what does this board want to do with the language that I put forth?
Can I give him an answer?
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you. On any discussion needs to go on, I'm willing to sit there and go in rounds and just continue until all discussion is ended on whatever the topic is.
Okay, so specifically, what that would look like is striking the number of rounds in here. Maybe leaving the 10 minutes that everyone gets to speak before the next round begins, but no limit on the number of rounds. Am I hearing you correctly? Okay, any other thoughts? I see some nods.
Trustee Phillips?
Oh, yeah, no, that was it. That's precisely what I was going to say. It seemed like the sticking point was the number of rounds. So yeah, I think that's precisely what it did.
Same here.
All right, say.
Trustee Dar?
I think that's a good compromise.
All right. Thank you. All right. So now we will circle back to the conflict of interest. Legal counsel?
So I just want to share, I think what everyone was thinking about is House Bill 210, effective September 1st, 2025, establishes a new criminal offense for a vendor who bids on or receives a contract from a district while having a certain prohibited relationship. And the prohibited relationship, one of the pieces is a board member has received or been promised a gift or in-kind services from the vendor valued at over $250. So then that becomes a criminal offense for the vendor.
Clarifying question. In your reading of a gift or in-kind service, does that include a campaign contribution or is that separate?
That's an interesting comment. I probably say a conservative vendor would leave it at, we're not going to take the chance at someone else interpreting it differently. It does not specifically speak to campaign contributions, and the law just says that piece about the valued at greater than $250. Speaking from a vendor's perspective.
All right. So does that change anyone's thoughts related to that conflict of interest provision regarding a vendor or organization with business before the board?
Dr. Rodriguez?
I think we can move forward with the language that you have if I don't want to be convicted of a criminal offense for getting a campaign donation, so I'm good with the language you have now.
All right.
Oh, is it the vendor? Then, okay, it's okay.
It is the vendor.
All right. So I'm hearing now that that law pretty much controls for this, it's fine for this to stay. All right. Look at us. The next one was around multiple trustees to add an item to the agenda. In your current policy, it is any trustee can add an item to the agenda. So this one includes requiring multiple people to add any item to the agenda that isn't normally on the agenda. The concern raised at the last meeting in November was around, does that create a violation of open meetings if I have to go seek others to join me in adding that to the agenda? I think, Dr. Molinar, I think you got a legal advice on that. Do you know if that's the case? And was that shared with the board? Are you able to summarize what that question response was?
I'm going to let legal, she gave me
perfect.
the advice, so I'm going to allow her to restate that.
I I believe that in seeking someone to add an item, the board would not be in violation of the Open Meetings Act so long as there is no discussion as to the merit, as to why, do you agree, anything like that. It would truly be, I'm asking for topic A to be added. It's almost like, will you second that, to be added, and nothing else? And that was my guidance, is that so long as the board does not engage in any discussion, deliberation, anything beyond, I am seeking for this topic to be on, would you, Trustee Phillips, would you agree to have that on? And I would not have any other discussion about that.
Thank you. I know that was one of the concerns that was raised, but would love to open it back up to the board. Currently, the language is, again, on page 10, is around if 3 board members make a written request to the superintendent's office to add a particular item to an upcoming agenda, the president will ensure that the item is added within the next 30 calendar days. Only the members who added the agenda may remove it with unanimous agreement.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, and I just want to clarify, just because you agree to add it to the agenda does not mean you agree or disagree with the item
That is
being
correct,
placed.
because you are not speaking on the merits, you are not voting, you are merely saying, I will add my name to add that topic. In fact, you could be completely against the item or the thought of the first person, but there should be no discussion about that. In order to not violate the Open Meetings Act.
Dr. Ryan?
I just think this is unnecessary. As much as I'm aware, there's been one time that the president's been asked to put something on the agenda in the last 4.5 years that I've been here. And after she checked into it, she graciously turned me down. So I'm fine with that. So I don't think we need to change that.
So what I understand, so I think a quick clarification on this point is we're talking about 2 different things. I don't think anything precludes any individual trustee from asking the president to put something on the agenda. The president is always able to add something to the agenda that is part of their purview. So that can still have, this is not precluded of that. I think what this is aiming to control for is if, your point about the tyranny of the majority, is that, if I ask the president just doesn't like that agenda item and they refuse to put that on any time, there is no amount of things that we can do aside from getting 5 people to make a motion to do something like that. I mean, you really can't even get it on the agenda. So what this is saying is, if you get the 3 trustees to say we want this on the agenda, the president no longer has a say on whether it stays on the agenda or not. It must be added to the agenda. So these are actually 2 separate things. What you are referring to can still happen. Individuals can make requests to the president or superintendent, frankly, to add things to the agenda. I wouldn't recommend always asking your superintendent to put things to the agenda, but board members can do what board members do. So that is a separate item from these 3, which would require the item be added to the agenda.
Trustee Dar?
I think this is another example of it's not a good idea to wait until you need the policy or protocol to create the policy or protocol. And the way you just worded it, Ben, with that I can ask President Martinez to put something on agenda, and if she chooses to do so, and with Dr. Molinar involved in that process, then it goes on the agenda. It took one person. However, if I say, President Martinez, I want to make sure that we have rice at every meal during lunchtime, and she says, well, that's stupid, but I get 2 of my colleagues to go along with me, then we can get that on the agenda. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, you can get the agenda on for discussion.
That's right, exactly.
Right, because I think under your current, and I'll ask this question generally, if 4 of you all agreed we wanted something on the agenda and you ask President Martinez to put it on the agenda and she vehemently does not want to, is there anything that requires that to go on the agenda?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so. I think your president can essentially keep it off, which is great, trusting the president. That's why you choose the president you choose. But at a certain point, I'm not even sure. I wouldn't know. I would defer to legal minds much smarter than me. What if What if all 8 except the president wanted it on the agenda? Is there a avenue to getting it on the agenda? Other than like declining everything and voting everything down? So it just creates that opportunity that creates clarity to get something on the agenda, but it also doesn't. And so to Dr. Ryan, your point, I see massive challenges when any individual can put something on the agenda and nobody can stop it. In the current system, if the president stops it, there's a backstop there. This gives some ability for trustees in the minority to add something to the agenda and requiring that there actually be enough to believe that this is a meaningful discussion at the board level, as opposed to that's my pet project and so I just want to talk about it.
Then I would think there needs to be, within the description that we've got, something that says any board member can request an item to go on the agenda to the president. If she refuses or the president refuses, they can get 2 other board members and force it to be on the agenda.
Okay. Any other thought? I mean, I think you can add, I think it's also implicit in your policy that that already happens. You can add language to make that more specific, but.
Well, but then attorneys get involved and they always mess things up that I try to do.
Any other thoughts, questions? I don't know if our legal would want to respond.
Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, so okay, because I think I like that language. I guess I'm trying to parse, because you were doing a really good job being of kind of getting to the heart of why the language would even need to exist or whatever the case, which was definitely helpful. Is that the particular goal, I guess, is if that language is to occur there? 'Cause I know you said about implicit, which makes sense. But if that language is to occur there, that a request can be made to the president, and if denied, then does that get to the heart of the matter? Because I guess, like I say, you were going somewhere really good with what the heart of the reasoning is there. Does that take away from what the heart of the matter would be?
I think the general lens to consider this is creating clarity for all board members about how this happens. Mm-hmm. A common so in your previous edition, there was, what you have is any board member can request that a subject be included on the agenda. The board president shall ensure that any topics the board or individual board members have requested to be added to the agenda are either on the agenda or scheduled for deliberation at an appropriate time in the near future. So I actually think what Dr. Ryan, you described is not actually what your policy says. The way your current policy reads is any board member can suggest to the president what should be on the agenda, and the board president is required to put that on the agenda now or at an appropriate time in the near future, whatever that may mean. Maybe a president can say there's no appropriate time ever. I don't know that, but that's where you get into this clarity and people start to feel some sort of way about, well, I think it's an appropriate time now, but the board president doesn't agree that there's an appropriate time now, and who's right in policy. And oftentimes the policy just isn't clear on it. So the goal of this is to create much clearer delineations that there's no questions. It just is 3 people send the written request, it goes on the agenda in the next 30 days. There's no gray area in that. Whereas right now, leaving things like deliberation at an appropriate time in the near future, whatever that means, it's a little harder to do. So I think this is aiming to, 1, clarify, and 2, what I would coach against is having a setup, especially a larger district where you have 9 trustees and 9 trustees that get along really well currently and don't have much of an issue and are willing to hear no. Where I do see issues is that when one individual member can put as many things that they want on the agenda on their own to talk about whatever they want to, it causes so much distraction from the reason that you all are actually here and have said you're here, which is, are kids learning or not?
No, I think that makes all the sense in the world. And so with the proposed language that Dr. Ryan was saying, does it does that add the clarity that would be needed? I mean, I know that's more of an opinion question, but kind of asking you there.
I'm not a lawyer. I will defer to your lawyers. In my reading of it, it is very specific that you make the written request, 3 trustees, president will ensure that it is added to the agenda in the next 30 calendar days. So very specific about timeline and will on that. We could add the language as Dr. Ryan mentioned it.
Right.
Any trustee is free to ask the president to add something to the agenda, but it is the president's discretion whether or not to add it.
Right, unless a trustee is presented with
3 trustees.
with 2 other trustees.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, yes. The language that's being suggested in that realm, I know it has to be
Yeah.
clear, I mean,
For sure.
cleaned up. But again, the heart of the matter, what you're saying there, I think that's what I can get down with.
Yeah, and basically what this would do is there is president's discretion up until the point that 3 trustees have asked something to be added to the agenda. Now it gets added to the agenda.
Yes, there we go. Indeed.
All right. It sounds like we got to a agreeable place on that. Any other thoughts there? Dr. Mullen, feel free to chime in at any point.
No, I was just going to ask you to repeat that one more time, just so everyone understands the final recommendation.
I will put some language to it and send it back to you all. But again, you all own the language. Feel free to run it through legal counsel, make your decisions. But what I'm understanding to be is that we can add some language that says any trustee may petition the president to add something to the agenda, but it is the president's discretion whether to put anything on the agenda. But if 3 board members make a written request to the superintendent's office that an agenda item be added, it will be added within the next 30 days. Okay. All right. We got to a good place there. Okay. And the last one is that this was a minor adjustment that already made. The request was to incorporate a revision to align with current practice around questions being received 8 calendar days in advance. So I think that is our current practice. And so it is around just making sure that it conforms with what you all currently do. All right. Those are the ones that were raised at the last meeting. Thank you all for that. Anything else in the board operating procedure that people want to talk about? Jump
Trustee
in.
Phillips?
Yeah, the last one you just mentioned, I just wanted to, if you could point out where that specific language is again.
Sure thing. Hold on. It is on page 11. So board materials, release timeline, and trustee questions. So you'll receive the agenda and all supporting documentation at least 10 days in advance of the scheduled meeting. The idea is that you review the material, send out and compile all questions, and send to the administration by the 8th calendar day before the meeting. And if those are received, then the team will compile responses and provide answers to the trustees within 2 days of the scheduled meeting. That said, nothing precludes a trustee, if you have a question late, you just can't assume that the administration will have a written response for you 2 days before the meeting.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm with it. Thank you.
All right.
The version I'm looking at says 5th calendar day.
Yes, that's going to be an adjustment to 8th.
Okay.
That was the original one.
All right, okay.
I wanted to have this discussion before we sent you back the next edits to this. All right. So with that, I will make those adjustments. I will highlight where those are. You will receive those back, and then it is in your court to review, go through, and then make any consideration of adoption in the future with that. But thank you all for engaging. That was a lot. I know the board operating procedures is a lot of work, so thank you. All right. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Can someone remind me what is the second piece of our agenda? I believe it is self-constraints.
Self-constraints.
All right, I do remember. My memory works still. All right. So who can remember, and this is going to be a question I would like responses, what's the purpose of constraints? And you all set some constraints back in November. What are the purpose of constraints?
Guardrails.
Go ahead.
What's that? Sorry.
Guardrails.
Guardrails. What are the purpose of guardrails?
To make sure we're keeping the main thing the main thing.
All right. We keep the main thing, and we have these guardrails that help us do that. But what are they? What are they?
Parameters to ensure that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing and not doing other things.
Okay. So they are really the not doing of other things. We have these priorities that we have set, and you all set some pretty rigorous priorities back in November. Guardrails, whether superintendent, you set some guardrails on the superintendent. Superintendent, achieve these goals that we set out, but not at the expense of these other things. If I remember correctly, operational efficiency, effective staff, et cetera. So you're saying to the superintendent, go make sure that these goals are achieved, but not at the expense of these other things that we value. Tonight, we're going to talk about board self-constraints, because while we've given the super, it's very meaningful to give the superintendent their goals and the constraints on their authority. It is also a worthwhile exercise for the board to put constraints on its own authority. We just talked about an operating manual that gave you like 150 different ways of working in all kinds of various scenarios, whether it's in a complaint or whether it's in a board meeting, et cetera. Board self-constraints aims to identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas that this board really wants to put out of bounds for itself and look at it regularly. Raise your hand. Do y'all have board self-constraints currently? I see some nods no.
We have in the past, but they are old and need to be revisited.
All right. You do currently have 3 in your board operating procedures, but if this board hasn't revisited them, then it really isn't this board's. So it is my recommendation that we can look at each of those, and I'll remind you what they are in case you don't remember what they are. They are, all right, it's got to load. Your current board self-constraints are sorry. All right. Number 1, you have 3 of them. Number 1 is the board shall not spend less than 50% of time during its board authorized public meetings focused on student outcomes. The board shall not give or appear to give operational advice or instructions to district staff. And the board shall not behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 10 are your 3 current ones. So I will first just open it up. You know, I'm sure some of y'all were on the board at some point when those have been discussed or set. Others are newer and haven't seen those before. My first question to you all is, what are your thoughts and reactions to those 3 as 3 critical things that this board is putting rules on itself to make sure it adheres to so as not to distract from the mission of the district? Does anyone have any thoughts or reaction to those 3? Those are on page of your current board operating procedures, if you have access to that, on page 12. The board shall not spend less than 50% of time of board meetings focused on student outcomes. The board shall not give or appear to give operational advice or instructions to district staff. And the board shall not behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 10. Go ahead, Trustee Phillips.
Yeah, definitely the first 2. I'm still in agreement with, and kind of talking the conversation about the heart of the matter, right? It really attempts to keep that superintendent work, board work. It helps us to maintain and focus on the main thing we're supposed to be focusing on. So wholeheartedly, would love to see 1 and 2 remain. I agree with 3. The language of 3 just seems so subjective. Again, we can talk about the heart of the issue is that we want people that are going to represent well, that are going to have the cordiality, that are going to have civility, and be able to help govern the district. But I don't know the language as of yet, and that's why we're in a workshop. I guess we workshop it, right? But the language of that is just so very subjective because it really takes into account any behavior I can deem, worthy behavior or behavior that's detrimental just on my whim, and then attempt to address it in some way.
Yeah, the issue you're lifting up here is what does that mean? Yeah, this is probably should be a standard way of being in general. So we should always strive to do this. And I think that's a great observation here is if there is something to control for, and just like superintendent constraints, these are things that are top of mind right now. So these change over time based on the needs of the board. And so I think this is a really good one. Unlike the board operating procedures, where the best time to put something in place is when you don't need it, self-constraint should be around the things that are top of mind for this board. If this board doesn't need this one, it doesn't make as much sense to keep it just for the future, because you could do that for everything. But thank you for sharing that. Any other thoughts before I put you in a little partner work?
Dr. Ryan, good.
Can you give me a description of student outcomes? What are we looking at with student outcomes?
What are student outcomes? Does anyone remember what student outcomes are? How we define student outcomes?
Anything that they know or can do.
Anything a student knows or is able to do. So it's anything related to student outcomes of what a student knows or is able to do. Not to be confused with things that help us achieve student outcomes. So let's talk, for an example. You all, prior to this, had a very critical and important topic to look at the facilities plan that you all are implementing. Is that student outcomes or is it adult outcomes?
Adult.
Adult. Facilities are necessary, but they are not sufficient for creating student outcomes. And so it aims to separate those. So I think, and while I can't speak to the board that adopted this and exactly what they meant, my assumption is because it was in the framework of Lone Star governance, this is referring to what students know or can able to do, understanding where that is happening in our system and where it is not. Was that responsive to your question?
No. To some extent it does. If I'm a student at school and it's too cold or too hot because the board didn't address HVAC issues within that 50% of the time, so they didn't do it, or the buses weren't running on time, or the food was bad or non-existent. So all those other outcomes incredibly impact students. I mean, we had a gentleman, one of our teachers this last year going, we got a bus that keeps coming in at the end of first period, so the kids miss all that instruction. And we're going to hold them responsible for that instruction even though they weren't here. So, I mean, and we've taken steps to fix that. But those things come up and they have an impact on student outcomes.
I fully agree. Everything you do has an impact on student outcomes. But HVAC is squarely not student outcomes. This board could choose to focus all of its meeting on HVAC issues, believing truly in the heart of hearts, and I agree with you, that if a building doesn't work in Texas with HVAC, it's going to be very difficult for kids to learn. So this board can spend a lot of time making sure HVAC is perfect in every school. What does that tell you about whether or not your kids can read?
It doesn't say a lot about what can read, but since the state's focused on the scores that come out of the test, if they can't respond right because they weren't in that class to get the information, they're sitting there sweating like crazy because the heat's on and it's June or May,
Yeah.
then it directly impacts what happens on the test, which is what the state says we're totally responsible for, period.
Yeah, so I think what I heard in your answer is you're right, HVAC does not tell me how kids can read or not. It might be important, but it doesn't tell me. If I receive a bunch of reports on HVAC, it doesn't tell me if I can read or they can read or not. Did I hear you correctly?
It's not telling me, but at the same time, it has that impact on it. That if we
Sure.
want those scores to go up,
I agree.
we got to make everything work.
I agree. Everything has an impact on whether scores go up. Our facilities, our food, our HVAC, our teacher retention, our compensation schedules, staff satisfaction, all of this has an impact on whether scores go up. But none of it tells us if scores are going up. And I think the heart of this one, and again, if this is not a value of this board will not set it, and that's your purview to decide. But I think what this board is saying is, it doesn't even don't spend time on those other important issues. Those are really important. It spend at least half of your time focused on whether or not students are learning based on the student outcomes, which implies there's another half a time that's spent on presumably other very critically important things. I would assume a board doesn't want to spend a lot of time on things that are not important.
So,
Yeah,
Ben, my question is, we are adopted Lone Star governance. We're obviously using the framework. The framework already says the board invests at least half of its time improving student outcomes. It also says the board evaluates but does not interfere. As far as the constraints, are we looking for something more narrow than that?
That is totally up to you. I would again posit this, which would be, what are the most important things for this board to avoid doing so that it can accomplish its priorities that it has set? Some of those might be broad. Some of them might be very specific. I would reflect on how we currently operate today and what we have seen with boards recently and our fears and whatnot going forward, and we're going to put those things in place that govern our behavior to allow us to continue to focus on the main thing, which if I remember back to your November meeting, you all adopted your goals and your constraints. So I'm defining your main thing as those things that you said are the most important there. But the wider you are or the more specific you are is totally a function based on how you all want to define it.
Okay. Trustee Phillips, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, President Martinez. Yeah, and it was to Dr. Ryan, it was just that clarification. Not that we wouldn't speak about those other things that are absolutely important, like you're mentioning. It's just making sure that the focal point of the time period in which we are doing the governance work is about those things of student outcomes. And kind of to Trustee President Martinez point a moment ago, it's just it's if we're implementing this particular governance model with fidelity, then we would align with that. And this helps us to make sure that we stay in alignment.
Yeah, the way that I would think about these are just like there's a whole lot of things that Dr. Mullen and our team are legally required to do as it relates to student outcomes. You've got to teach all the TEKS in every single class that you have. Like that's, if you have a class in Texas, you got to teach the TEKS as long as it's a course. That doesn't mean that every single TEK is a specific priority. And so what the board essentially did by setting your goals the way you did is you prioritized some, you elevated them to the forefront. You're not saying by adopting your goals that science is not important. You are saying these are the things that are the most important for us to get right today. And in the same way, that's kind of what the board self-constraints are, is what are those things that this board has to get right today that will allow us to accomplish what we want to accomplish. And it is truly as general as that. There's no right answers to this. This is what the board wants to focus on, that knows that these are our pitfalls. When we go down this path, we get taken far away from what we said was important. I don't know those. Only you all know those. So with that, unless there's any other thoughts here, I'm going to put you all in groups. We'll have 3 trustees here. We'll have Dr. Molinar, you can join President Martinez and Trustee Dar. And then we'll have Trustee Lubanos and Trustee Lynch come up with. You've got 3 here that were from the past. You can choose to keep those, adjust them, make them more specific, make them broader, make them whatever. And then identify if there are any other areas that would come top of mind to you in terms of thinking about board or individual board member behavior in that. I'm going to give you all about 5-10 minutes. I'll walk around and see if you all have any thoughts. Feel free just to chat amongst yourselves and kind of start to put down 1, 2, or 3 of them together that you agree with. And then we'll go through a process to see where we've got any overlap and whatnot. Any questions before we begin? All right. All right, I think we are all set unless anyone else needs more time. And then if we can share the screen. So it looks like some good discussion, some good stuff here. I'll try to zoom in so everyone can see it. And I will also read it. Oh, wow, it's behind you though, and it's bigger behind you. And it's on your screen in front of you. So we had 6 up here. The first 3 are the ones you already have and that we've discussed. So 2 of them I've heard a lot of folks say like we should probably keep something like that or maybe adjust a little bit. First one around dedicating, the board or board members shall not dedicate less than 50% of public meeting time to student outcomes. Second one, board or board members shall not give or appear to give operational advice or instructions to district staff. The more broad one is shall not behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 8. And then we had 3 new ones that got proposed also. So board or board members shall not weigh in on personnel decisions of the district. Board or board members shall not act in a manner contrary to board operating procedures. And board or board members shall not go without hosting at least 2 community meetings in a 12-month period. So with that, I would like to pause and open up the floor to see if anybody has any questions or thoughts about these generally. Or see any that they would propose totally eliminating, not even considering, and or combining that might be doing more or less the same thing. So we'd love to open that out, and then we'll do our multi-voting to see which ones rise to the top. Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, so, really love these. So my suggestion is, and I know the conversation we were having within our group, is the elimination of 4, the behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 10, and simply replacing it with that better language, in my opinion, of act in a manner contrary to board operating procedures. I think that takes care of that, and it makes it less subjective and more enforceable and accountable.
Yep.
And then with the other ones that were from other groups that were suggested, I really appreciate, and yeah, I like those actually very much.
All right. And I think I heard that from most groups about being okay with deleting number 4, given that it is super vague and generally should be true in most interactions regardless. Is there anyone that dissents with removing that one entirely? No? All right. Well, then gone. Any other thoughts, questions, or clarifications on what any of these mean?
I would just add that potentially you could combine 3 and 4 into one.
3 and 4, so give operational advice or instructions to district staff and combine weigh in on personnel decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound like personnel is a more specific realm of operational advice, which I'm saying there is absolutely value in being specific. So
I just meant you could potentially add that line into number 3.
All right. Other thoughts?
I have a question on 3 now, when it just says give advice or instruction. I certainly don't want to give staff any instruction about what to do, but I've been asked for advice on what did you do when you were a principal? What did you do when you were a band director? What did you do when you were head of fine arts? And, so I don't mind giving that advice. I don't want to give unsolicited advice to people, but I'd leave it just, I don't want to give instruction because I'm not going to do that.
So that is a good question for the board. I couldn't speak to what they meant by that and whether that would qualify if you're asked for advice. Like you'd feel almost negligent not to respond with advice. But I think what part of this is trying to control for is sometimes folks will ask for advice because they feel like they have to ask for advice. I'm not saying that's the case in your situation, but I know that as a principal myself and a board member came by, I would certainly ask for advice. Like it just was a thing to do. So, only the board can decide that. I will note here, it sounds like it's a good thing to dive into around, is operational advice too broad? Or should it be unsolicited operational advice as opposed to being asked? Maybe we could add that word. I heard no quibble with the idea of instruction. I also heard from another group mention directives as well. So I think we could probably do some things with the language here. Would love to get other folks to weigh in on that. And if anyone had any thoughts about adding in personnel decisions into this line, as Kevin had mentioned. So I'll make another one here and start to add some of the things I heard. You all can decide what you like.
Yeah, I'm just going to simply state that I'm in agreement with that as we're contriving the language, that the language of 3 and 4 could be inclusive of one another. It seems like that's a pretty easy combination.
Okay. And then, of course, I would invite Dr. Molinar, if you have any thoughts from a operational perspective. You're the one that, your staff is the one receiving any kind of thoughts, questions, et cetera, oftentimes. Maybe, hopefully not from this board, but would be the ones receiving it. If you have any thoughts on language that makes sense, what doesn't make sense.
On line number 4, could you just simply put including personnel decisions at the end?
Yeah. So then that one would then read, board or board members shall not give or appear to give directives, instructions, or unsolicited operational advice to district staff, including around personnel decisions. All right. How do we feel about that? A little bit more meaty than it was originally, but a lot clearer, I think. So then if I'm understanding this correctly, we're actually now down to 4. Any other thoughts, questions, feedback, clarification, suggestions on any of these 4? All right.
Real quick, Ben. So I'm absolutely on board with number 5, the community meeting aspect. But for the group that suggested it, what, I guess during your discussion, what a community meeting, I guess, entail, how we're defining that?
We're looking at page 29 on the framework from advocacy and engagement. So looking at that. And I think we might want to put something in there. I'm just looking at, for one, preparing to focus, number 1. The board has a 2-way communication system in place where board members at least once per year listen for and discuss the vision and values with the students, and then also with staff and community members. So that's kind of where we came up with that one. And then you'll see approaches and meets also includes hosted a community meeting to discuss progress towards student outcome goals. So,
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, in that way, it just gives that clarity to, we know whether we did it or not, based upon the definitions that we have there, so that's perfect, yeah.
So should we add something in there, go without hosting at least 2 community meetings with including 2-way communication, or
maybe we should,
how do they word that?
2-way communication meeting.
Okay, go without hosting at least 2-way communication community meetings. Punctuation is going to be real important here. In a 12-month period.
Yes, let me write what you said exactly. Go without hosting at least 2-way communication community meetings within a 12-month period. With at least 2 board members?
For the win. What did you say?
It is a recommendation that you do it with at least 2 board members, because as I always say, if it's a single trustee holding it, it is a campaign event. Oh yeah, we could do that. I mean, so maybe then you could replace all of this, go without hosting at least 2 LSG qualifying community meetings. And you can even asterisk that and say, it's like, this is the definition of what this means, that it includes two-way communication, multiple trustees are present, and it's consistent around the district. I like that. All right. Thank you all. Any other thoughts, questions? Do we feel good about these 4? All right. Great. So then what next steps would be here is I will, you can marinate on if any of the language needs to be adjusted any slightly, but I'll turn these around and send these back to y'all, and you all can consider it adoption at a future meeting as well, and then we can get yours updated. All right, moving on. Now we are going to move into my favorite part of this work, which is board monitoring. So as of November, you all adopted goals and guardrails or constraints, and are going, and we can stop sharing this, by the way. I think we're good here. You're going to begin in January, I believe. You adopted in November, and if everything is correct, you're going to start to actually see progress towards those goals and constraints beginning this month. Monitoring, when we talk about monitoring and Lone Star governance, we mean something very particular. What we don't mean is looking at data generally. Because so often, and I have felt this way as an individual trustee, I suspect many have felt this way, whether in board life or other life, is sometimes there is just a deluge of information. And we always get new information and don't actually spend a lot of time circling back on the most important information and making progress there. And so goal monitoring is the way in which this board can expect the administration to share progress towards those goals, not this month, not next month, but over the next 5 years. Consistently, every single year, every single month, monitoring particular aspects of what you all have said is most important. It is the single behavior that a board can do that will change organizational action to focus on it. And if you think about it, we all know this intuitively. What the board spends time on, administration and staff spend time on. I've never seen a board or a school system where that is different. And so that's what monitoring allows you to do, is to really start putting your money where your mouth is. You've said these are the priorities of our school system. You can say it all day long, but it's what you do about it. And your doing is encompassed in these meetings. So where you spend your time in these meetings is where staff is going to spend their time trying to answer questions and understand. It is just the way of the world. So you have in front of you a couple pages. I think it's like 4 or 5 pages long. We're going to have 3 conversations about this. I'm going to ask you all to read an element of it. Does everyone have this page, the effective goal monitoring? Great. What we're going to do is we're going to keep the same groups you just had. I'm going to give you all about 4 minutes to read silently the first page. We're only staying on the front of the first page. Read silently, and when you're done reading the front of the first page, talk to your group that you were just with about what stood out to you on that page, and then we'll come back together in about 4 minutes. And as you finish reading, feel free to start talking with your neighbors about what stood out on this first page about effective goal monitoring? All right, let's bring it back together.
These two sections are about what is goal monitoring and how is goal monitoring beneficial. Who will be the first to share what stood out and what are you thinking about or talking about based on this first page?
Can you repeat yourself?
What stood out on these first 2 pages?
Just focus and predictability?
Focus and predictability. Where are you looking at here? Were you looking somewhere particular?
If your goals are clear and you know when you're going to be measuring or reviewing certain aspects of those goals, it's predictable about, what you should expect to see and everybody's on the same page.
Yeah. So, A, to be clear about what I'm looking at and to be predictable in when I'm looking at that gives me a good expectation as a trustee. Why is it important that goal monitoring is predictable? I heard someone else, another group mention predictable as well. Why is that important?
I think you can make, I'll use numbers. You can make numbers look any way you want. And so I think it's important that everybody knows what they're expecting to see and how they're expecting to see it, because you can change populations, timeframes, who's included, who's not included. I mean, you can do anything you want to make it look the way you want it to, which is challenging.
Yeah. There is this element of what you're really speaking to here is this element of trust. Is the number I'm looking at, is it what I think I'm looking at? Is it showing up when I expect to see it? And that works both ways. Every board that I've worked with, the board and the superintendent both wanted the best for kids. There's oftentimes just a difference in perspective on how we look at this. And so when you have a predictable time that, hey, in August we measure 3rd grade reading, there's no surprise for the superintendent that, hey, 3rd grade reading is going to be measured there. Similarly, board members know that it's coming up and aren't asking for it sooner. And the superintendent oftentimes in that instance feels like, why are they asking about this? Is there something they're trying to do a gotcha on, et cetera? And so that predictability helps get to what I hear you mention there is this idea of trust. Trustee Dar.
I think predictability indicates that there's a plan. And if you don't have a plan, then you're shooting arrows at a moving target constantly. And so when there's a plan in place, there should be predictability because you know what you're going to talk about this week, what the data is going to look like. It's going to be in the same format as it was the last time, so we can see where the growth is, that kind of thing. But it indicates that there's a plan and there's intentionality.
Yeah, it gives a plan, intentionality. If it's predictable, we're actually getting comparative data as opposed to a standalone set of data that we maybe never see again until the next thing comes out and looks totally different. Thank you. What else stood out on this first page?
I'll add another one, and that is that these reports are really it's at the very bottom paragraph, a micro assessment of the superintendent. We're not just looking at the superintendent's performance once a year. Every time we get a report, we're evaluating what's working, what's not working, and how the superintendent is responding to that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about just wait until the end of the year and we see where it is and then give the superintendent an evaluation, which frequently is fraught with recency bias and what I happen to remember and how I felt over the last 2 months as opposed to what was happening last August. It is giving you insight every single thing. And it's not just about the superintendent, but the superintendent as the steward for what you have set out are the goals of the district. It's the entire district's report card, and the superintendent is charged with helping the system achieve those goals. So thank you for that. All right, now we are going to move into, there's 4 ingredients for effective monitoring. So this is going to take a little bit longer, but it's the next 4 pages. So they're listed, ingredient 1, 2, 3, and 4. So take about 10 minutes to read through each of these 4 ingredients on the next 4 pages, single-sided, so front, back. And then we will come back together and talk about those. And then our last segment will be around what to do when you actually start to receive this monitoring report. to effective monitoring. First ingredient being effective monitoring calendars. The second being effective monitoring reports. Third being effective superintendent participation. And the fourth being effective board member participation. Begin to talk with your neighbors about what's standing out for you as you read through these pages. As you're finishing, feel free to go ahead and start those conversations with your neighbor. What is standing out about any of the 4 ingredients? Take about another minute. All right, we'll bring it back together. So there are 4 ingredients for effective monitoring. First, you've got to have an effective monitoring calendar. Then you got to have the effective report. And then it would make sense if we're going to be monitoring this together that there needs to be effective superintendent participation as well as effective board member participation. Love to open the floor up. What stood out from any of these pages? Just let us know which ingredient you're talking about and then tell us what stood out there.
And ingredient number 3, I just highlighted the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like the data is the data.
Yeah, good, the bad, and the ugly. Why is it important to do the good, the bad, and the ugly?
Well, we're looking at everything. I mean, we're just, like I said, not hiding the data, not sugarcoating it, looking at really understanding where we are and if we're on track or off track.
Thank you, Trustee Dar.
I think it's really important to look at all of that. I mean, we can't just focus on the data, the poor data, because then you're missing the good stuff that's going on too. And there's people working really hard for that good stuff. But you can't ignore the data that you want to ignore and just focus on the good stuff, because then you're not making the progress that needs to be made.
Yeah.
And yeah, it tells the whole picture. You can't Photoshop the data.
Yeah, let's think beyond this board. Forget a board, I mean, this board or the community at large. What would be your response if every single meeting we showed you all of the great data that is happening at Fort Worth ISD and there was never any bad or ugly data? What would be your first reaction as a board member? What do you think your community's reaction would be? What's that, Dr. Rodriguez?
That we're lying or we're trying to hide something.
Yeah.
Because everything's not good.
Yeah, is there any district where everything is good? No, absolutely not. That is not the nature of this work. Trustee Lynch?
No, I was just going to make a comment. I think the calendar allows the superintendent and her team to focus on the goals. Whereas when that calendar's not established, you've got 9 people that decide on a Tuesday that they want to know about X, that they can, request something and kind of take them away from doing the real work.
Yeah. Or now by your board operators, there's 3 trustees want to put something on the calendar and go against it. But back to, so both of these are really important points. Number one is if you only show the good data, you lose trust. You don't gain trust with that. People see through that. They know that that's not the reality. And if you only show the bad data or only focus on the bad data, what happens in that instance?
You lose your staff.
You lose your staff. You lose morale. People doing really good work and actually having great bright spots that just aren't being highlighted because we're choosing to focus on the others. It is the most freeing and transparency, trust building thing to just be able to say what it is and expect that not everything's perfect all the time. And it's okay. The question is, it's just not okay to not have any plan to what to do about it. And then to the calendar, it's predictable. It helps us focus. If the administration, and I'll ask this question to you, Dr. Molinar, what's going to be the difference in how you and your staff prepare and what you share at the meeting if you know 4 months ahead of time that this is the report we'll be giving in January versus it's 12 days before the board meeting and 3 trustees just requested this new presentation about this particular thing? What's going to be the difference in terms of how your staff operates in both those situations?
For us, it's the ability to be able to also organize our work time. That's doing reports and compiling reports is addition to the daily work. Even though the data is accessible, you still have to compile that. And that takes a team of people as well. And then, as you see in the ingredients 1 and 3, especially ingredient 1 is having those aggressive strategies. So to go back to why be transparent with your data, good or bad, why would you allow a superintendent, her team, or his team to change strategies around instruction if you're not being honest about if the data needs those aggressive strategies to be changed? So that's, to me, very important, but being able to have that calendar allows us time to make sure that we're adhering, of course, to what that SMART goal is, putting it in track, putting in the template. But then we, like our board received already the board report for next week to be able to ask questions and be able to absorb that. So all of that, so when you're saying the board monitoring calendar, we work almost a month beforehand to prepare that. But then even a board agenda is months before. What you're going to see next Tuesday night, we start it in November, putting together into the correct templates. So it is really balancing our workload as well.
When the agenda gets posted and everything that's there, that's only the tip of the iceberg. It's all of the other work that has gone into this. Now, if 3 members of the board require the day before, and it gets on a meeting the day before that there's going to be a report, will the superintendent have a report to share on that item? Y'all shaking your heads no, but y'all don't know superintendents. They will have something to share. They will they'll stay up all night. They will have something to share if that's requested. And that's the reality of this. But all of that time and that lack of sleep of getting to prepare that thing is for the board. It's not influencing what's happening in the system. In fact, it's actively taking away people's focus and attention from what is happening in the system. And the reason to have this monitoring calendar is so that there's no surprise. We can plan months in advance for this. We can get all the data, and not just for the board, but it gives me the opportunity as a superintendent to work with my team about actually using that data in all of our schools. So it's not just data for the sake of it or for data for the board, but it's actually the data that we are using day to day, and now we are packaging it for you and the wider community. Thank you. What else? What else stood out in this? We haven't heard from our group over here to the left.
And we're talking about just what stood out during this.
Yeah, what stood out on any of these 4 ingredients?
The 4 ingredients, yeah. I mean, it was the totality of the clearly show. And I'm not sure if somebody had said that part already, but anything that we're getting when it comes to these reports and everything, we should already be able to make some assessment to be able to read through and see what it is we're talking about. And of course, the superintendent or the staff person that's elaborating, adding more context to it will be helpful. But the report itself should be clear enough for us to be able to know immediately, are we on the right track? Are we pushing in the right direction and or not?
Yeah, what are those 4 things that are always going to be clearly shown on these reports, or should be?
So the goal, the data, the interpretation.
The data? The interpretation. What do I mean by the interpretation?
Clearly show the superintendent's current view of the system performance relative to the goal.
Yeah. Why is that important? Why is it important that the superintendent say, I think this data, the way I see it right now, says we're on track or we're off track to our goal? Why is that important? Can't you just get that from the data yourself?
Yeah, it's that ownership, that accountability aspect, and the ability to pivot if clearly it's known that it's not going in the direction.
Yeah, it definitely, it creates an ownership. The superintendent's got to put their name on it and say, yeah, my team and I have looked at this. We believe we are on track or we are off track. And there are times when the numbers don't say everything. And I think everyone knows this, is that I might get 100% mastery in a class, but what happens if half the class was gone? Like, is that telling me I'm on track or not? Probably not. You need that insight from the superintendent. And the last thing, probably the most important thing, is the evidence and the plan. What are we doing about this data? Not generally, here's what we've been doing, but what are we doing based on this new data? Because there's no point in looking at data if we don't adjust based on that data that we're learning. Thank you. Anything else stood out on these pages? All right, we'll move to the last segment here about monitoring data. I'm not going to ask you to read anything right now. I'm going to walk you through something. But I would like for you to close your eyes and imagine, and I'm going to ask you to write something down with me. Next month, what are we monitoring this month? What's the topic? Do you know off the top of your head, Dr. Molinar, what's the student achievement topic for this month?
Yes, sir, benchmarks,
Benchmarks. So benchmarks in reading.
reading and math.
Great. So imagine you've just heard, you can make up all the data, everything you saw, all the things. Write down one question that you might ask in 2 weeks from now. You've just received a bunch of data and information, the superintendent's progress, we're on track here, we're off track here. Here's what we're doing about it. Write down one question you might ask the superintendent. Take a few minutes, and we are going to have everyone share out your question that you might ask based on this data. Give me a thumbs up when you have your question. Any question in the world that you might ask after seeing a monitoring report about math and ELA data, okay? I got 3 thumbs up. All right. Dr. Molinar, you don't have to write a question. You'll be answering the questions. All right, everyone got a question? All right, I'm going to ask you to just share with me your question. We'll start on this side, Dr. Ryan, if you don't mind, and we'll go around. Just share with me the question. What's a question you might ask after receiving some ELA and math benchmark data?
What specifics are you engaging in to improve problem areas and problem schools?
All right, what specifics am I engaging in to improve problem area and problem schools?
To the superintendent specifically, what is this data telling her?
All right, what's the data telling her? Great.
Are you seeing improvements with the economically disadvantaged students in math and reading?
Yeah, we're seeing improvements with economically disadvantaged students in math and reading.
Where are we seeing the most growth and why?
Okay, thank you.
As a result of this data, what changes are being implemented?
All right, thank you.
What can we do different to improve the data on the reading and then math?
All right. Trustee Lynch, bring us home.
Is this the data you expected and or hope to see?
All
And
right.
why?
Oh, sorry.
And why?
All right. Dr. Molinar, you're going to have your work cut out for you in 2 weeks. But what, I actually start this way because there are 2 different things that differentiate effective monitoring versus some of the traps of monitoring. The first differentiation is about what types of questions there are. We'll talk about, and this is where I'll give you, after you go through your monitoring, you work through it this month, I will always send you all a summary of here's what I noticed, here's what I saw, and you all can reflect on and think about how to make any adjustments going forward. And there are reasons. The reasons these adjustments and things that I'll suggest to you is not just because we think they're good. It's because they are demonstratively more effective in moving your school system to action. The first is around the types of questions that there are. We talk about 3 types of questions. If you want to follow along with me, it is on the next page. The first type of question are technical questions. These are about how something is measured. Things like which students took this test? How do the students respond? Do they take this on paper or on a computer? How many students took this test? What particular standards does this measure? All of these are technical questions. They are about the actual data we're seeing and how that data came to be, whether it's testing or otherwise. How are you counting maintenance reports? When do you decide a maintenance report is closed? These are all technical questions, talking about how something is measured. The second type of question are tactical questions. These are about how something was done. How did you engage the parents? Did you talk to principals when you unveiled this? How were they asked to look through the data? These are all things about how the superintendent or their team have done some work. We call these tactical questions, oftentimes squarely in the superintendent's lane, but it's also very important that a board understands that sometimes. The last type of questions are strategic questions. And so these are really trying to understand how this data and what I've learned aligns with our vision for what's happening, the goals and the guardrails or constraints as you have set them out. Don't misunderstand me. All of these questions, if you have them as a board member, it is your duty to ask them and understand them. There is no bad question here. But there are more effective questions to actually move your school systems. And so and I'll demonstrate this to you. And I think, and I'm not, you can reflect on your question to determine, was it a technical question? Was it about how something was measured? I actually didn't hear many of those from y'all. Was it a tactical question about how something was done? I heard a few of those. And then I heard a few strategic questions about how this data aligns with what we are aiming for and how we're going to get there. And the reason I say there are more effective questions is if I ask the superintendent how many students took this assessment, superintendent's definitely going to give me an answer. Will that change anything about what happens in the school system based on that question? Will that illuminate anything about how the system is adapting based on this data? What do y'all think? Thoughts?
Saying, will something change depending on the number of students?
If the question I asked is how many students took this assessment, does the response to that question, whatever that would be, 550 students took it, does that response give me any insight into how the school system is adapting or changing based on the data received?
Good.
How?
If there was expected number of students that should have taken a test and they did not meet that mark.
So maybe underneath it, if there is some expectation of this, but does the question itself, how many students took it? 550 took it. If that is the only question I learned,
Right.
does that give me any insight into whether the school system has learned anything, is taking action with this?
No.
No. Maybe still important. Maybe would help you understand that. But that won't help you understand action being taken. Tactical questions are about how something was done. How were teachers trained before giving this assessment? Or how were parents engaged about the work to be done? You'll also get a response. We went out to parent groups, we engaged the PTAs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's about how something was done leading up to this. You'll get some information. Will that help you understand any changes the district is making based on the data received and what we've learned?
Based on the context, no.
No, it won't. Knowing how something happened does not give you any insight into what is going to happen. They're very different things. And the third one is strategic, is I heard some of these around what did we learn from this data and what are we doing about it in the lowest performing areas? Now you're actually illuminating change. You're identifying a trend, and the superintendent and their team are going to talk to you. Yeah, we saw our data was lower than we expected in these two schools, and therefore we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Now you've illuminated change and adjustment based on the data. And again, it's not always just where it's low, it's what did we learn? Maybe there's a school knocking it out of the park. What are they doing and how can we move that forward? And so that's why I say that these questions, you need to understand them. If you don't have the answers, you can't engage with strategic question. But there are more effective questions than others. And it's why in your operating procedures, you have this way to be able to send questions in advance and get them. I would encourage this board to look at those monitoring reports in advance. And if you have technical or tactical questions, those are the best questions to send in advance. I can know exactly how many students have taken this, what the distinctions were between economically disadvantaged and otherwise. And that way, when I come to the meeting, instead of spending time at the meeting and asking, this is how it will go, I'll say, what's the difference between economically disadvantaged students and our general population? If the data isn't readily available, it's crazy to expect your superintendent to have memorized these things. They're going to say, we'll get back to you and we'll share that with you soon. And that's the end of that conversation. That conversation now goes away. If you get that data in advance, now you see the data and you look at it, and now you can say, wow, we've really overperformed with this group. What are we learning from it? Now you can go a step deeper in the conversation. So that is why we distinguish between technical, tactical, and strategic questions. And so I'll ask you just to take a second. We're not going to do a quiz, but reflect on the question you wrote. Do you think it fell under technical, tactical, or strategic as terms of a question? So take a second, think about your question. And are there any questions about
technical, tactical, or strategic questioning? Feel good about that? That will be the first thing we'll talk about. I will actually, when we walk through your monitoring, I'll be keeping notes on how many technical questions there are, tactical and strategic. And the goal over time is to get more and more answers to technical and tactical in advance and spend more and more time about what do we learn, what are we doing about it. The second differentiation is about current versus future performance. So also reflect on the question you wrote. Is your question about the data that you saw, or is your question about what will you do regarding the data? Write down if your question is about current or future performance. And be ready to raise your hand whether it's current or future performance. All right, raise your hand if your question was about current performance, the data that we saw. I see 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, okay? Feels like people are, all right. So raise your hands if your question is about current, it's not about what we're doing, it's about what the data is that we saw. Oh, okay, 5 hands. Raise your hand if it was about, what, sorry? Current performance. Raise your hand if your question was about future performance. 1, all right, great, 2. You need to know both of these. But it is my coaching that before you start asking questions about what are we doing about it, and are we doing this, and are we doing that, and all these kind of things, those questions aren't going to give you any value until you actually truly understand what's happening in your system today. And so it is our recommendation that you actually first spend a lot of time really making sure you understand really clearly the data, the differentiation in your reports, and what it is saying about your current performance. And only once you understand that, does it make sense to start figuring out what we're doing next. I think it's a very common trend that oftentimes, most board members I know are problem solvers. They want to get things done. And so you have a tendency, and I have a tendency, to jump to what are we doing about it? What's coming next? How are we going to do this going forward, et cetera? Those are all valuable questions, but they are infinitely more valuable if you actually understand what is happening currently, so you can make sure that those what are we going to do actually aligns with the data. Because otherwise, if you ask the what are we doing, superintendent's going to give you a very meaningful response. People will be like, oh, cool, that sounds good. You have no bearing on whether or not the data is actually saying that that is a problem. And so it's important to know the data and understand where the root causes are, so you could ask, why are you doing that? It doesn't sound like it aligns to our issues here. You're going to continue to do this strategy at all schools, but this data is clearly telling us that there are 7 schools that are struggling more than anything else. So help me understand why we are talking about all schools instead of what's happening in these 7. Those are what become possible when you understand what's happening currently. In the absence of that, it's going to be a lot harder to really understand specifically if the strategies that are being put to place are helping you address your highest needs. So those will be the 2 coaching areas. That is essentially, I don't expect, going back to our conversation about superintendent or board self-constraints, something tells me this board is not going to have much of an issue maintaining cordiality and actually asking for inquiry. So I expect for most of our time to be spent on these 2 elements. Any questions about monitoring either the current versus future performance or the different types of questions? All right, well, I'm going to look forward to the next 2 weeks. It's going to be fun. So with that, if there's nothing else here, we will move on to our last item, which is self-evaluation. You have the integrity instrument. It is the sheet that has the differing charts of different colors. Thank you to everyone who responded and sent your scores in advance. What I would love to do is go through each of the areas where there was significant disagreement by the board and talk about those and kind of norm on that. Does everyone have the integrity instrument in each of those? Yes? Great. All right, so the first one was around vision and goals. 100% of people who responded agreed, and I agree with you, that Fort Worth ISD School Board absolutely meets focus at 12 here. You've adopted student outcome goals, they challenge the organization, require adult behavior change, are influenceable by the superintendent, and are the superintendent's first priority for resource allocation. And you used a lot of root cause analyses and comprehensive needs assessments, et cetera, to prioritize them. Everyone agreed on that, so I don't want to spend a lot of time unless people have thoughts or questions about that. So let's move it on. To the second one is about progress measures. If we can go to the next one, scroll down, please. Perfect. So this is about the goal progress measures. And I would love, most people agreed, most people put a 12 here. I had a couple people put a 4 here. Would anyone that put a 4 want to share why they might have chosen a 4 instead of a 12? Or anyone like to just make the case about why it is a 12 and not a 4 or a 15, et cetera? Given no one is sharing, I will let you all talk to your partner and decide whether you believe this is a 4 or a 12, and then we'll come back together in about a minute, minute and a half. And remember, the way this works is if you check any of the boxes in the first column, you stay there. But if the first column is good, then you move to the second column. If you check all of them, then you move to the next column. But if you don't check all of them, your score is the column before it. So you've got to check everything in the column before you get those points. So go ahead, talk to your partner, decide which one of these you are and why. 1, 4, 12, 15. You're certainly not a 0. All right, let's come back together. What did people agree on? Who wants to make a case for 12, 4, 15, 1? Where would you put Fort Worth ISD based on this chart?
4.
4, why?
Which, and actually that's a change from what I sent you, because we have not, Trustee Martinez and Dr. Molinar reminded me, we have not done our annual student group targets yet.
Yeah.
I missed that.
All right. Anyone else? So there's one note for 4, and the one note I would remind though, if we are missing something in the column, we go back to the column before and we get the points before. We would get the 1 in that instance. But let's see if anyone else agrees, disagrees, et cetera. Are we missing anything else, et cetera?
Well, I just wanted to get clarity on what we were saying that was being missing. We're saying we don't have an annual target for our students?
That's correct. When we adopted the board goals, the subgroup targets were not adopted. I sent those to everyone last week as a draft for the targets.
The subgroup
Yes.
targets. Got it.
The other student groups
Yep.
that we agreed to monitor.
Okay, all right.
All right, so now I hear 1 based on the fact that we are missing annual student group targets. Do we have everything else in 4? Do we have 3 or GPMs for each student outcome goal? Yes. Do all GPMs have a population, a deadline, a baseline, and annual targets? Once we adopt the group. So that would actually get us a lot of these things here. Yep. All right. Any other questions? So it seems like we're a 1, but it seems like we'll be very quickly to a 4 or a 12 very shortly once those get adopted. And not uncommon. It takes some time to put those targets together. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Vision and goals 3, which is around constraints. Most everyone agreed 9 here. I'm going to put you on the spot, Trustee Dar. You said 3. Any particular reason why you said 3 and not 9?
We haven't adopted board self-constraints.
All right. So we hadn't adopted board self-constraints looking back to the last 3 months. Anyone that had 9 want to argue with her about why it should still stay a 9?
Oh. But really, it should be 0
Why?
because we don't have constraints.
You do have, so where are you reading that?
We had what said the board does not have constraints under 0. We've adopted superintendent, I mean, is that just constraints in general?
Yeah, that means like any constraints at all.
Okay, well
So-
then, we haven't adopted board self-constraints, so then that's why I said 3.
Yeah, that's a little confusing. Thanks for that feedback. All right, so all of my 9s agree that we're at 3 because we didn't adopt board self-constraints. And when I was looking at this, I think you could score it either way because technically your board does have self-constraints. You just haven't set them, so I could see an argument for 9 because you had them. You haven't paid attention to them in a while, and now you're going to reset them, but this makes sense. All right, so it sounds like we are good with the 3 because this board had not looked at them and set them. It's a long way up from 0 last time. All right, let's look at constraint progress measures. There was a wide variety here. So if we go to the next one, I had a few 1s, a few 3s, and some 9s. No 9s here. Oh, the next one, sorry. Scroll down. Yeah, I had some 1s, 2s, and 4s here. So let's actually take some time working with your group. Where would we fit here based on our constraint progress measures? Go ahead and talk to your groups. Take about a minute and a half. Decide where you would add it. I had people all over the map on this one. Bless you. Give me a thumbs up when you've decided on the place. We got a decision? No, not yet. All right, where are we here in the discussion? Where do we think we are based on this? Go ahead, Trustee Dar, or Trustee Martinez.
We, we agree. We're at 1.
We're at 1, okay. Why not 2?
We don't have annual targets.
Don't have annual targets, okay? Any other group want to agree, disagree? Trustee Lynch?
I was going to make an argument that we're a 0.
Why?
Because some of our constraints aren't things that you can update multiple times a year because there's not data to update them multiple times a year.
Oh, interesting. Do you have any particular ones in top of mind for you?
But we're talking about DNF campuses.
I think DNF campuses moved to be a goal.
Okay.
So that might be the case, but if it,
Okay, if that's the case, I might be looking at an old draft.
your guardrail progress measures are percentage of teachers and campus administrators retained, percentage of TIA designated teachers, average number of days from job posting to accepted offer. You had ones around student and family engagement, around percentage of students enrolled in visual and performing arts, student participation rates in Fort Worth after school. Then you had a few around operational alignment, percentage of budget allocated to strategic priority, percentage of budget not directly aligned to at least one of the strategic priorities, and some measures around transportation. Transportation and technology, my apologies. So, does that change yours if DNF campuses is not there?
Yes.
All right. So we're back to A1 because we don't have annual targets. Anyone else?
Yes, I was lying. So we have constraints. We don't have, according to y'all, annual targets. And then once we get those, we would be moving forward. Okay.
All right. So a 1 there. And where, looking at this, would we think we can be in the next quarter, the next time we do this? I would assume the annual targets, would 2 or 4 or 5? What do y'all? What's that? 4? I'm hearing 4. I like it. All right, let's move on to the next one. Progress and accountability 1. I had a whole range of things. I had from 0 to 12 shared with me here. So talk with your folks, decide where you fit on this one, progress and accountability. Are you 0, 1, 4, 12, 15? Go ahead, take a few minutes, give me a thumbs up when you are done and you've determined where you're at. All right, let's come back together. All right, let's start on this end. What do we decide on? 0. What about here? 0. And this group? 0. Okay, and the reasoning why? What's the next step we're going to do?
Monitoring calendar.
All right, we got to have a monitoring calendar. It seems like we got our goals and guardrails. Seems like we know what we're monitoring. It's just a matter of putting it out there and what we're going to hit and doing that. So that should also be a pretty quick one.
Tracking time.
And tracking time. And I will note, this is something that I am doing personally for y'all right now. We haven't gotten to monitoring yet, so I haven't worried about sharing it or whatnot, but that is over time will become your joy. All right, and then where's our target? Where do we want to be over the next quarter? Any thoughts?
I feel like we can be at 12 or 15. I mean, I feel like, and I just don't have any data to support it, that we are spending at least more than 25% of our time in board meetings talking about student outcomes. We may even be spending more than 50% of our time. I just don't have any data to support that. And if we have a time tracker, then I feel like we could get to at least 12, at least 25%.
I like it. 12? Any disagreement with 12? Set the bar high. I like it. All right, next one, progress and accountability 2. This is another one. This one actually, most everyone rated this one a 1. I'm going to put you on the spot, Dr. Ryan. You said 2. You gave everyone more credit than they gave themselves. Do you want to talk about any reason why you said 2 and not number 1? And then we'll ask the ones if they have any thoughts.
Because I like all the rest of the members on my school board.
I like everyone, so I'm going to give them a 2, but not a 4. Y'all don't, I don't like you enough to give you a 4.
Right.
All right, anyone who has 1s would like to say why a 1 and not a 0 or not a 2?
We don't have a monitoring calendar that goes with the goals that we adopted.
Yeah. We don't
So
have go ahead.
So that leaves us at a 1.
Yeah, we don't have that third bullet point on approaches focus, which says evaluates the superintendent in part on the results of progress towards the goals and constraints, and we using it from the monitoring reports and the monitoring calendar. We haven't started that yet. Y'all definitely look at data. You look at all kinds of data. The purpose here is about focusing in on now what you have said is the most important data. All right, so keeping with that, the one note I would say here is, and this is a question, do you all feel, and I don't know, this is a question for you all, that third bullet point in number 1, do you all feel like you understand what the superintendent's implementation plan is to make progress towards student outcome goals? And that is a true question, like that is the line that a board has to draw. Do you feel comfortable in understanding the work and progress that's happening there? Seems like everyone said yes to that, but I just want to make sure because that's definitely usually the squishiest one for boards. I see nods. All right, great, 1. And is there where would you want to grow by the next quarter?
Can we get to a 4 without completing the first year of this process?
Why do you say that?
Because it says the board receives at least annually a report on the average cost of staff time spent on governance using the staff use tracker.
That's true. You would need to get that. I mean, theoretically, you could get a report, but you'd have to have that data. So
Yeah.
it'd be a more challenging one. So I'm hearing 2. All right. Home stretch. Processes, systems and processes. Another one, congratulations. I had people score everything from a 0 to a 12. Talk to your neighbor. Where do we fall here? Talk to your neighbor. Take about a minute and a half to talk. Go ahead.
Real quick question though, so on that last one.
Yep.
So if we're saying 2, what we're saying is that we're gonna do a self-evaluation and a superintendent evaluation within the next quarter?
Let me pull that back up. If we can go back up to that one. So the board performs a self-evaluation. Yes, you're doing that right now, so that one will be, you've already completed that one.
Okay.
Performed a self-evaluation no more than 45 days prior to the superintendent's most recent evaluation. When's the next superintendent evaluation? Is that on the calendar? When does that usually happen for Fort Worth ISD? September?
Yeah, so it's moved.
Yeah, all right, so that one.
Yes.
So maybe we can't make that until the next time if we keep the same
Right.
superintendent evaluation process.
Right. So I mean, kind of to Trustee Dawes' point a moment ago, like 1 is pretty much the highest we could achieve on that particular goal until certain time benchmarks are
Yep.
hit.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so adjusting it back to a 1, Trustee Dar or anyone else, do you have any thoughts about that? It seems like this is one that's just time-bound until next year. All right, thank you for pointing that out and raising the question. Back to systems and processes. Talk to your neighbor, decide where your board falls based on the last 3 months of data here. Take about a minute and a half, give me a thumbs up when you and your partners have decided where you fall. Raise your hand if you need more time. See no hands. All right. Who will be the first brave group to share? What did y'all decide? Where do we fall here and why?
Yeah, for clarity purposes, with this language, this is talking about not having 6 board meetings in a month, correct?
Yeah. So if you had 6 or more board meetings in a month, you would check that box and now you cannot move forward.
And that would be bad. Gotcha, yes, absolutely.
I don't think you all have done that,
Correct.
but I know a lot of boards that have.
Okay, and so I know we're receiving monitoring reports. Superintendent does a great job of doing those reports. When we talk, one of the things we've been hung up on is kind of those targets, but we're talking about annual targets versus deadline targets. Is that semantical language, or is that talking about annual targets? Because we've decided we don't have annual targets on certain things yet. Does that eliminate the deadline target language?
Where are you looking at?
So,
Are you talking about number 2 on the red?
Number 2, yeah, under 1.
Yeah, so you would need, compared to previous annual targets, or you would need to be able to, your monitoring report show where you are compared to your targets. Let me ask you another question first. Have you received a monitoring report?
The superintendent's presentations.
How do we define monitoring report?
We've included in the reports the other adopted targets then as soon as we flipped over and they adopted the new goals, we've included those in reports as well.
Gotcha. So this is what I would coach you all to think about in Lone Star governance, but just in general. Once you can't really have monitoring reports on your priorities until you adopt your priorities. So you adopted your priorities in November. You couldn't have had monitoring, even if you were monitoring, you were definitely monitoring a lot of meaningful stuff. I'm not saying that. It's just not your priorities. So in December, did you begin monitoring progress towards your goals or constraints that you put forth explicitly? Yes? No?
No, because that report did not have any new data related to the GPMs. So this would be our first one coming up next week.
Got it.
That is specific to the GPM alignments.
Got it. So with that information board, where would we land? 0. And that's right. You're going to move fast, pretty fast here. Now you have your priorities. Now you're going to start your monitoring reports. But I think that's a key distinction. I think what I see a lot is you have a lot of good reports and deep reports. A lot of boards do. But until you specify your priority, it's hard to monitor your priorities. And so that's kind of where we got here. So we are 0. And where do we want to be by the end of the next quarter, knowing you're starting monitoring this month?
I think we can be at 4 because the policy, we haven't done the policy diet. Mm-hmm. And that's big.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's a confusing thing about this rubric. If you look at 4, you've accomplished both things on 4 already. You just don't have the monitoring reports yet. So it'll be easier to get there. All right. At 0 today, going to 4. Let's go to the next one, advocacy and engagement. It seemed like everybody agreed on this one except for one. And so, Trustee Dar, I will ask just if you had any thoughts about why you put 0 on advocacy and engagement versus 1 on this.
Well, I don't like to be the outlier, but
I love it.
I wasn't convinced that we had a two-way communication system in place. Because we're not listening, where we listen for and discuss the vision and values of our students, and where we listen for and discuss the vision and values of the staff and community members.
Yeah,
We don't have one.
it's a great question of the board. So anyone that scored 1, any thoughts or responses, or do you agree?
Definitely say I agree, and I think that's what we were putting in place within that constraint.
Yeah.
About ensuring that we have 2 under the definition that we set up.
All right. So now I hear a shift in agreement that it's 0. We might have elements of this, but we're just not fully there yet. Anyone else disagree? All right. And then to the last one, synergy and teamwork. I had some 0s here. I had 1, and some 3s. So go ahead, talk to your team. The last one we've got. Where are we and where do we want to be in the next 3 months? Go ahead and talk to your partners.
No. 2 years old. Yeah. Still talks about my daughter being in high school. Need to update our bios. For whatever reason, I don't know, but.
Yes. Yeah.
We have no problem with quorum.
Raise your hand if you need more time. All right, where we land? Who will be the first to share? Which group? Where did we land?
So we were saying 0, but just for the purposes of, we have board operating procedures, but we're cleaning up the language. So technically, we do have it. It's not like it's not there. But now with the formulation of new language, when we adopt that, that'll be this board's iteration of a true board operating procedure. So until that is adopted, which will be soon, then we haven't crossed that one yet.
All right, so they're saying 0 because we haven't adopted new board operating procedures. Does anyone disagree? Agree? Agree? All right. Y'all are hard on yourself. I feel like you could definitely make the case that you have board operating procedures that have been adopted. A lot of boards don't. But this is not about a right or a wrong answer. That's not the point of this exercise in the first place. It's about what you all are using to think about what you want to accomplish. So based on that, if we agree that, we haven't adopted our own, so we're going to give us a 0 until we adopt them, where do we want to be the next time this comes around in April? Any thoughts about that? Where we'd like to end up?
Okay, I'm going to play the year card again. Can we affirm that at least every 2 years it has reviewed all policies governing board operating procedures if it hasn't been 2 years?
Affirms that at least every 2 years it has been reviewed all policies governing board operating procedures. So that would mean, what that would mean for this board, if you all wanted to do that, would be you adopt your board operating procedures, and now you make sure to look at because the board operating procedure is a compilation of your policies. So you would look at those policies and see if any of those policies need to be updated in the coming 3 months. That's a question if the board wants to do that. And if it's not a priority of the board in the next 3 months, then I would not say that we're going to do that in the next 3 months either. But that's what it means, is that at least every 2 years you review BE Local and make sure BE Local matches what you want it to be, which is about how your board meetings run and so on and so forth.
Then when are we expecting the board operating procedures to be on an agenda for us to vote on?
That is your decision. But I would
February?
assume it's too soon for January, so the soonest is probably February.
Okay. February?
February.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is maybe not even one yet. We're going to have some other priorities first, like the monitoring calendar and the student annual targets, and we'll get those right. And then we'll come down here and do this kind of clean this stuff up later on. Is that more or less accurate? Love it. Congratulations on your infinite increase over last time, where this board, like most boards, scored 0. You are now at a strong 18, and I think there's an argument to be made that you could probably go a little higher than some of those in some of these areas. So congratulations. What will happen next is I will compile all of that. Oh, go ahead.
Can we speak a little bit about committees?
Please, let's speak about committees.
Because I know we paused them. So here, board members serve on committees formed by the superintendent or staff, unless serving is required by law. So we currently have committees that are not superintendent or staff-driven. So with that one, we would need to revise our committees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we talked a little bit about this in board operating procedures the first time, because I think it does touch on that. But again, the purpose of a board committee is to, as this mentions, inform the board. What gets dangerous is when you're meeting about operational elements with staff, and this board members naturally, because you're being asked all these questions about curriculum and all these other things that board members, it is your right to make sure that what you adopt matches the vision, but to get involved in the weeds of that is where the challenge comes in there. So that's true if that's the case, that we have board members serving on staff committees and giving input on operational decisions, which goes against your recently talked about self-constraints. That would be an area to look at potential revision of.
Yeah, and then the other thing, just wanted to note, like, when you get to number 3, the expectation that information provided to one board member is provided to all board members, that also comes into factor when we have committees.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I think that's one of the things that I think about the most is, like, if it's important enough to get board member input on, I dang well want to see that with the rest of the colleagues rather than wait. But that's me personally. But that's something to think about there in terms of that one information provided to all.
I do have a question on number one, or for preparing to focus.
Yep.
Agrees that a board officer's role is to advise the board, not to advise the staff. And we changed one of our deals to unsolicited advice because I've been in committee meetings where they've gone, what do you think about so-and-so? How would you proceed? How should we proceed? So they're asking for advice.
Yeah. So I will tell you a little bit of the reasoning here is staff will generally ask for advice because that is a power dynamic involved in there. Sometimes they legitimately want your advice. That's great. But advice from a board member is almost indistinguishable from a command. Like, I don't know if you're truly advising me and I can decide not to listen to it, or if it's you're advising me and I know you really care about it. So to kind of control for that, is that, first of all, you pay the superintendent and all of the staff who have their doctorates and masters and educational expertise and a ton of years of experience doing this work to make those decisions. The purpose of this is to allow them to make those decisions. And as the board, even if I'm an educator on the board, I'm not the educator in the district. It's my role just to make sure that the superintendent and their team have done their homework, and this makes reasonable sense, that it'll help us accomplish our goals and go on that. And so that's really what the heart of this is around creating conditions where staff can make the educational recommendations, and the board looks at them through the lens of, are those going to help us get us closer to our goals or not? Not to make the decisions or give advice to staff, because just given the power dynamics, board member advice is always taken with a different tone than another staff member's advice or someone who is a mentor but not related to the organization. So that's the reasoning for this. It's really hard to distinguish that, this aims to push back against systematizing where trustees might become accustomed to, I expect in these committee meetings to be asked for my advice on this, and that's a dangerous place to be in.
I also think about the board's role is to represent community values, so we would know that best. So sometimes staff may ask about what our community is saying about a certain thing. So that kind of is a little muddy.
Yeah, and again, I think overall, this is talking about not individual trustees, and like that's part of the reason why it's not even about advice. It's about why you are legally charged with setting priorities. Like, the law doesn't tell the superintendent to set priorities. The law says the board sets the priorities for the district. What this is talking about is what's the purpose of a committee, and a committee's role, a smaller group of the whole, is to advise the whole board, not to advise the staff outside of the board's purview, is really what that's getting to. This is a great conversation. Thank you all for engaging. Any other thoughts, questions, ideas, responses here?
I do have one. Has Lone Star governance been revised and changed lately?
That's in the middle of a pretty big refresh right now. I don't think they're finalized with that, but I think we talked about some of these things, like a lot of things around what does and doesn't count for time use tracking, changing the entire language around, I think constraints are no more. I think it's now becoming guardrails and some of these other elements, but I don't know that process is finished yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had one other comment about, I know we talked about this in our training, but around the student recognitions and whether those count towards student outcomes. And I think we said if it's related specifically to student outcomes, that what we're doing the recognitions for. But I was able to have some communication with community and get some feedback on that. And I think that student recognitions at board meetings are still very important. Yeah.
Oh, that's y'all's purview entirely. And again, if you go back a few slides to what the heart of this is you set priorities. The entire coaching is around spend the majority of your time, 50%, on what you have said as the priority. Put your actions where your words are. That still leaves 50% of the time for whatever else you deem important. There are other really important things that you need to attend to.
The heart of this is never about only talk about the goals that you set and ignore everything else. That is not the coaching. That would be a terrible practice. But it is worth putting in front of a board to think that if you said something's your priority, you should spend the majority of your time on your priorities and then fill in the other time with the other things that you find very important. That's really what the coaching is. So and that's exactly the conversation to have. Like I do think, regardless, you might want to continue to have these celebrations, et cetera. That's your purview, your community's purview. I would also encourage you to also add celebrations around what you have said are your priorities as well. You can do both of those. But that's totally a board's purview. All right, with that, thank you all. But I will take this, I will put it into the format and send it back to you, and you all will have that for probably February adoption for this quarter. But congratulations on significant growth. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, President.
Thank you. Thank you, board, for engaging that. We are now at this time at agenda item 5A, the level 3 grievance of Kimberly Jenkins, which requires meeting in closed session as authorized under chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 074. Will the parties involved in this process please come forward at this time? The time is now 8:46 p.m. The date's Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. We will now recess and convene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under sections 551.071, 074.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh,
In accordance with the opens meeting law, nope. In accordance with the opens meeting law, the board opened the meeting at 5:32 PM with the quorum present, recessed to open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:16 PM with the quorum present. We are at action item 7A, board deliberation and render decision, if any, on the level 3 grievance of Kimberly Jenkins. Do I have a motion?
I move to uphold the level 2 grievance and direct staff to change Dr. Jenkins' salary to reflect her position in 2026, 2027, and moving forward.
Do we have a second? Trustee Dar? Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion fails 4-3. Oh, wait, sorry, motion passes 4-3. Sorry. The time is 10:17 PM, and this meeting is adjourned.